The committee will please come to order. A quorum is present. Before the committee begins consideration of the legislation on the agenda, I would ask for unanimous consent to approve new subcommittee assignments. At this time, I would like to welcome the gentleman from Ohio, but he is not here. So we'll put that off till he gets here. But I'll go ahead and ask unanimous consent that he be appointed to the subcommittee on early childhood, elementary and secondary education, and to the subcommittee on higher education and workforce development. Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Thank you. We'll now turn to the full committee markup. The committee meets today pursuant to notice to consider 4 bills and a resolution. The chair announces that requests for recorded votes as to amendments may be postponed pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 11 of the Rules of the House of Representatives and Committee Rule 14B. Without objection, the chair may recess the committee at any point. Thank you, everyone, for being here today, and I hope everyone's taken the time to extend a warm welcome to Michael Rulli on the floor. We'll consider affix to the free application for federal student aid, or FAFSA, process. This tool is designed to make post-secondary education accessible and affordable for many students across the United States. Unfortunately, the Biden administration's failure to implement the new simplified FAFSA has thrown students, families, and schools into disarray. Current law recommends FAFSA be released by October 1, but allows the Education Department to delay the FAFSA release as late as January 1. The administration's abysmal lack of communication about the FAFSA release date was followed by an inept, quote, soft launch, end quote, millions of processing errors and months of additional delays. Even as I speak, some FAFSA components for this year are still incomplete and unavailable. Continual FAFSA delays cause great confusion for schools and families and make it difficult for states and nonprofits to process aid packages or award scholarships. ED's lack of communication and transparency shows it's learned little from last year's disaster. Representative Aaron Houchin's H.R. 8932 FAFSA Deadline Act seeks to rectify this by ensuring the 2025-2026 FAFSA is released and fully operational by October 1, 2024. Secretary Cardona has hedged and said that October 1, 2024 is only a, quote, expected, end quote, release goal, which is far from the solid commitment that students deserve. By establishing a hard deadline of October 1, H.R. 8932 will provide students, families, and schools with much-needed clarity and stability. I hope my colleagues agree that our top priority should be to eliminate the possibility of another botched rollout filled with uncertainty and pass H.R. 8932. Next on the agenda, we'll turn to a tranche of 3 bills aimed at fortifying the workforce. I want to thank Representative Brian Fitzpatrick from Pennsylvania for introducing the first of 3, H.R. 2941, the Recognizing the Role of Direct Support Professional Acts. H.R. 2941 addresses the critical shortage of direct support professionals who provide support to individuals with disabilities. This bill will provide federal agencies, states, and the private sector with the data they need to understand and respond to this workforce challenge without any additional cost to taxpayers. Next is Representative Norma Torres from California, supporting Accurate Views of Emergency Services Act of 2023, or 911 Saves Act, which aims to reclassify 911 professionals from clerical workers to protective service workers. 911 professionals play a critical role in emergency response as the initial first responder, and reclassification better reflects the life-saving work they perform. We will also be marking up a bill introduced by Representatives Susan Wild of Pennsylvania and G.T. Thompson of Pennsylvania, H.R. 2574, the EMS Counts Act. This bipartisan bill addresses the chronic miscounting of emergency medical services personnel by recognizing firefighters who are cross-educated as emergency medical technicians or paramedics. This will help communities throughout the nation better plan for emergencies and disasters. Data are the foundation for informed decisions, and collecting accurate data across the workforce will help meet our nation's health and safety needs. Together, these three bills will create a stronger workforce. Finally, we will be marking up H.J. Res. 142, Representative Rick Allen of Georgia's Congressional Review Act, CRA resolution. The Department of Labor's fiduciary rule, better labeled as the Retirement Insecurity Rule, represents a reckless overreach by the Biden administration that will have devastating impacts on Americans' retirement savings. It will eliminate options for working-class Americans, reduce their ability to retire, and limit their access to financial advice. One study projects that a rule like this would, over the course of 10 years, reduce the retirement savings of 2.7 million Americans with incomes below $100,000 by approximately $140 billion. Representative Allen's CRA resolution will end this harmful rule. Congress must protect Americans' freedom to choose how they invest for retirement, ensure they have access to the financial advice they need. These 5 bills express the commitment of the committee to working families, from those on the brink of retirement to those about to send their first child to college. For each life event, American workers deserve flexibility and responsive federal policy. That's the promise contained in these 5 bills. With that, I urge their passage, and I yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, once again, we're missing an opportunity to actually advance meaningful solutions that will uplift students, workers, and their families. The first proposal we consider is H.R. 8932, which would present the Department of Education with an arbitrary accelerated deadline of October 1st to roll out the free application for federal student aid, or FAFSA. Under the Higher Education Act, the FAFSA serves as a primary conduit for students to receive federal student aid. In 2020, we took measures to simplify the form and to better account for student needs by improving access to the Pell Grant. Every year, FAFSA offers millions of students resources they need to enroll in and complete 4-year, 2-year vocational credentials, thereby strengthening future generations and improving the workforce. This year, all members of this committee have heard from students who are unable to complete the FAFSA form due to a variety of technical challenges, and nobody thinks this is acceptable. My colleagues and I have repeatedly spoken to the department to express our frustration about this school year's FAFSA implementation, and I'm concerned that technical flaws will have a long-term ramifications for some of our most vulnerable students. I make this point to address a serious concern about FAFSA implementation that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle have expressed. However, I doubt that the conditions imposed on the department by H.R. 8932 will do anything to improve the situation and may, in fact, make matters worse. Republicans are setting a fast-approaching deadline for the department to meet without providing any additional resources or technical support that might actually help. I want FAFSA to work. We all want FAFSA to work, and I want students to get the aid they're entitled to in a timely manner. What we don't want is for the department to rush to meet arbitrary deadlines and push out a FAFSA form once again that has the same technical problems as students experienced this year, when they could get it straight after a couple of days after the deadline and release a form that actually works. This legislation would do nothing to actually fix FAFSA or help students, but would set the department up for failure just to potentially score some political points. I guess we could complain on October 1st, but that doesn't do any good. We will next consider a series of bills related to the Bureau of Labor Statistics Standard Occupational classification system, referred to as SOC. The data collected by the Bureau is vital to the work of researchers, economists, and many others analyzing America's workforce. This process has been and should remain nonpartisan and objective. H.R. 2941, H.R. 6319, and H.R. 2574 aim to recognize groups of workers who are too often underpaid, underprotected, and underappreciated in today's economy: direct support professionals, 911 operators, and firefighters. However, these bills do little in a way to offer concrete benefits to those workers, so I don't oppose the bills, but do acknowledge that this is another missed opportunity to actually deliver results to our workers. The final proposal we'll consider nullifies the Department of Labor's narrowly tailored retirement security rule. Every worker in this country deserves a secure and dignified retirement, and many of them seek professional advice on how to invest their retirement nest egg, particularly when it comes to what's called rolling over their assets from their employer-provided plan to an IRA. Unfortunately, unscrupulous financial advisors can steer their retirement clients into high-fee products that are not in the client's best interests, but are in the interests of the financial advisor. That's what's known as conflicted advice, and it's harming retirement savers. The Biden-Harris administration's retirement security rule would end this insidious practice and help ensure workers, retirees, and retirement plan sponsors receive advice that's in their best interest. And it's a surprise that that concept is apparently controversial. According to Morningstar, retirement plan participants would save over $55 billion in the first 10 years after implementation, and over $130 billion in the 10 years after that, just by getting information that's in their best interest, not in the best interest of the financial advisors. So I strongly support the Biden-Harris administration's sensible retirement security rule and urge my colleagues to vote against the joint resolution to nullify it. I hope that our discussion today will promote our mutual goals, regardless of our disagreements, to ensure that students can afford an education, honor and protect the integrity of nonpartisan data collection, and guarantee a safe and secure retirement for workers. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Without objection, all other members who wish to insert written opening statements into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of today. House rules require that a copy of the measures be made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. Pursuant to the notice for today's meeting, a copy of the measures was made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. The resolution and bills being marked up today shall be open to amendment at any point, and the chair will allow members to offer amendments in a manner not prohibited by House or committee rules. Without objection, members who have more than one amendment to the resolution or to a bill and wish to offer their amendments en bloc may do so. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 8932 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8932, a bill to establish an earlier application processing cycle for the FAFSA.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any time, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Ms. Houchin, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk titled ANS 001.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8932 offered by Mrs. Houchin of Indiana, identifier ANS_001.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purpose of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Mrs. Houchin for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and to the ranking member. As a mom to both a current and incoming college student, I share the concerns of nearly 18 million students and their families who fill out the free application for federal student aid each year. I'm especially frustrated considering the Department of Education had 3 years to simplify FAFSA as Congress directed. However, instead, Secretary Cardona and President Biden chose to focus their time and efforts on an illegal student loan forgiveness scheme. This clear misplacement of priorities led to the 2024 FAFSA being delayed by 3 months with countless technical issues. My bill, the FAFSA Deadline Act, sets a firm October 1st deadline to publish FAFSA consistent with what's currently recommended. This is especially important given that the Biden administration's recent FAFSA rollout was a complete failure, creating an unnecessary hardship for millions of American families and countless universities. Also concerning is the recent announcement by the Department of Education that they will not be publishing a draft version of the FAFSA for comment this year. Without legislation setting the firm October 1st deadline, I fear we will have a repeat of last year's delayed and unusable FAFSA. I thank Chairwoman Fox and my colleagues, Representatives Williams, Owens, Smucker, Finstead, and Bice, for joining me on this legislation. For parents and students across the country, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak in opposition to the amendment in nature of a substitute. And first, I'm glad to see that my colleagues are focused on improving the financial aid system, especially given the recent efforts by those on the other side of the aisle to cut funding for many of the financial aid programs that low-income students would gain access to through the FAFSA form. For example, today the Appropriations Committee is considering a funding bill to cut funding for the Federal Work-Study Program and the Supplemental Emergency Opportunity Grant. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, I share the concern that the problems of the FAFSA this year have made it much harder for students to figure out how they can afford to get a college education, and I'm disappointed with how the department has handled the ongoing FAFSA situation. So of course I want to see this year's FAFSA fully available for all students as soon as possible, ideally beginning on the 1st of October. But the speed should not come at the expense of accuracy. We should be encouraging the department to ensure that they are taking care to ensure that there are no lingering technical issues from this year's rollout. We don't want such issues to impact the FAFSA system and students' ability to successfully complete the form. I worry that tying the hands of the department and providing no flexibility to resolve the errors could create the unintended consequence that ultimately harms the student experience with FAFSA instead of improving it. Removing flexibility could force the department to launch a broken, unworkable FAFSA on October 1st, even if the department knows that delaying it for a short period of time would provide the time to fix the known problems. The National College Attainment Network stated when they expressed concerns about this bill, they said that this bill, as written, could have the unintended consequence of incentivizing FSA to rush out a flawed FAFSA form that needs to be corrected, further delay a smoothly functioning system, and further frustrate students and families. My colleagues want to focus on mandating when FAFSA is released, but let's not forget that the same House majority has continued to try to cut funding for the department, funding that is needed to ensure FAFSA is launched without unnecessary delays each year. We should be focusing on long-term solutions that support students' ability to attend college and access federal student aid, not short-term fixes that look good but don't accomplish anything. And I fear that if Congress does impose an October 1st deadline and the form is not ready to launch, Congress will bear the responsibility of harming the FAFSA experience. As a Hope Center at Temple University said in its letter expressing concern about the bill, we must rebuild trust with applicants, college access professionals, and financial aid administrators, all of whom need to see a reliable FAFSA for them to have confidence in the entire system of financial aid. Therefore, I will be opposing the legislation and hope that we can, looking forward, work for a bipartisan solution to the problems that have come up with the FAFSA form. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Sablon, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Mr. Sablon, you recognize 5 minutes.
Thank you. 7 months after the rollout of FAFSA, we still have problems. I don't know that FAFSA, I can say that FAFSA is a complete failure, but we do have some issues with it. And it's no secret that there has been numerous challenges for our students and parents while they fill out the FAFSA form. And I agree that the department must ensure that the upcoming FAFSA cycle does not harm students as it did this past year. But yet, it's difficult for me to support H.R. 8932 in its current form. The FAFSA deadline does not make any meaningful changes to improve the FAFSA form, nor does it provide the department with additional resources to meet the earlier deadline. If unaccompanied by additional resources, the earlier deadline may actually make the situation worse by forcing the Department of Education to publish a FAFSA form that, while complete, may include many errors. And as many of you have heard me share multiple times over the past year, students from my district, the Northern Mariana Islands, has faced extraordinary obstacles following the delayed rollout of the FAFSA this year. It took 7 months for the department to fix an issue that impacted our students' ability to select the Northern Marianas as the location for their high school. The department did a workaround, and that students in my district were able to complete the FAFSA and submit those information going through a system where they would identify themselves as foreign students and then type in the name of their high school in my district. They fixed that. They told us last week. They fixed that as of July 3rd. But now, those students who have completed their FAFSA in that previous workaround, their FAFSA application has now completely vanished from the system. They can't change it anymore. Now the workaround doesn't work. And we're getting word from my district, from our college, that students are having a hard time because now the poor access portal actually fails to include the Marianas as a state. I would like to say that if any amendment addresses the lack of meaningful improvements to the FAFSA, should any amendment to the FAFSA process, I'd be happy to reconsider my stance on the bill, but until then, I must oppose H.R. 8932 in its current form, urge my colleagues to do the same, and also urge the Department of Education to get rolling on this thing and fix it, because it does affect students and families throughout the country. Madam Chair, I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Sablon. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Ms. McBath, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak in favor of the ANS. Even though I cannot say that I concur with the gentlewoman from Indiana's previous remarks concerning Secretary Cardona and the President, I think everyone here can agree that the rollout of the new simplified FAFSA did not go as intended. A process that was supposed to make college more accessible for working families hoping to attend college for possibly the very first time in their family was unfortunately riddled with errors and with delays. It's heartbreaking reality that some students will inevitably miss out on attending the school or the program of their choice or of their dreams this August, or delay going to college altogether due to clerical errors that were totally out of their own control. We owe it to them to do everything in our power to right this wrong and to provide the flexible support that they need to obtain the skills and the credentials necessary to succeed in today's economy. Officially moving the FAFSA deadline from January 1 to October and codifying a change that the Education Department has already been operating under since 2016 is a very tangible way that we can take to ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. But we must also ensure that this process is just not done quickly, but it must be done correctly, and it must be done efficiently, and it must be done effectively. I know that the Secretary and his team are working to ensure that FAFSA is ready to go on time for this next year. And we have been assured of that when Secretary Cardona was before us just recently. And I'm committed to doing all that I can to help support them in rebuilding the level of trust that exists between the department and our higher education system. And I yield back.
Thank you, Beth. Ms. Hayes, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
The FAFSA Simplification Act passed the House of Representatives in December 2020 as part of our Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021. This legislation was a significant overhaul of the systems and processes used to award federal student aid. Specifically, the legislation was intended to expand access to federal Pell Grants and streamline the FAFSA form. Unfortunately, there's no other way to describe the rollout of the 2024-2025 FAFSA other than it was a failure. A series of delays left students and universities unsure of their financial awards or obligations. As a result, students were unable to compare award offers, missed deadlines, and did not make enrollment decisions in a timely manner. For many students, for my students, that information is the difference between going to college and not. And while the Department of Education has allocated $50 million to increase FAFSA completion, I am disappointed that as of June 28, 2024, only 46% of high school seniors have completed the process, which is about 11% fewer students than this time last year. I implored the Department of Education to continue to resolve the remaining technical and processing issues and work towards addressing any long-term issues so that there are no future delays for the 25-26 school year. Today we are marking up the FAFSA Deadline Act, which would move the statutory date for the annual release of the information from January 1 to October 1 of each year. The Department of Education has signaled that they are working diligently towards an October 1st release date for the FAFSA this year. But a long list of technical changes are needed to ensure the form is functional. The Department of Education must get these issues corrected and proceed with the implementation of the FAFSA Simplification Act. Furthermore, it is imperative we give students additional time to fully understand the financial aid available to them. All students should be able to make informed decisions about their educational future. And I believe this legislation is a step in the right direction towards accomplishing that goal. While I support this legislation, I cannot close without expressing my strong disagreement for the remarks made about the President and the Secretary of Education on this issue. Leading the Department of Education is a tremendous job that requires many responsibilities. So the idea that working on one thing takes away from working on another is just false. We have a uniquely qualified Secretary of Education in Dr. Cardona, and he understands what this information means and how important it is to students. And through his testimony and through personal experience working directly with him, I truly believe that he's doing the best he can to resolve this problem. I plan to support this legislation. I urge my colleagues to do the same because ultimately I think all of our goal is to make sure that students succeed. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Ms. Adams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really torn on this a little bit, but let me just say as an educator, as someone who has worked with students who have to fill out these forms. I mean, I've always thought that it was probably more complicated than it needed to be. So streamlining the federal student aid process I think is something that we need to do. I do agree with my colleagues, Ms. Hayes, and who has talked about not only the support of Secretary Cardona. I've had an opportunity to talk with him many times and his staff, and I think they do understand the problems that have occurred, and I think realistically and honestly, genuinely trying to correct it. I've had an opportunity to talk to several of the schools in my district, and students too, who are having really serious problems, and their parents, with trying to determine what it's going to cost them, and that's just a very unsettling thing. I mean, as a grandparent who has my last grandchild, youngest one, going to college this year, of course, I don't think she's going to be able to get the kind of aid, because she probably won't need all of that. But I will say that the deadline that currently exists, October, which is in October, as we look at the time that has passed, I just wonder if the time is extended, which for some students and some schools it may be needed, but to go into January, I think will really frustrate a lot of not only students but their parents, that this process does not seem to have an ending that will give them a certain level of comfort to know exactly how much they're going to have to pay. I mean, the ultimate goal, though, is for students who want the opportunity to get a degree in higher education, to have that opportunity to do that. I certainly had it. I took advantage of the support that I could get in terms of financial aid, because it was certainly appropriate for my situation. But I do understand that the frustration that our parents and particularly our universities are having, trying to grapple with the packages that students need, so that they really know what they're going to have to do. So while I think that giving extra time might be helpful in some cases, I do believe that extending it well into the next school year, the academic year of 2025, I think might be a bit problematic. So I'm going to support this bill. But I do think that I'm not in support of the comments that were made by the sponsor. I think that they were inappropriate. But I do think Secretary Cardona has done a good job. He and his staff. I do think they understand the problems that occurred with this rollout, and that hopefully those things can be fixed and put into place before this year ends. So, Madam Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. There being no further discussion on the amendment in nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek to be recognized?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8932 offered by Mr. Good of Virginia. Identifier Good_156.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just arrived from a budget committee meeting, so I was a little late, so I didn't get to hear the remarks from the gentlelady from Indiana. But if it was critical of the President and the Secretary, I'm sure I'm in favor of those remarks. I guess I feel compelled to say that since everyone else has said they were against those remarks. So thank you to the lady from Indiana. My amendment to H.R. 8932 adds a layer of proactive accountability to ensure that the Department of Education is truly working to produce the FAFSA in a timely manner. I think the words expressed prior to my remarks on the bill itself from the other side demonstrate everyone is concerned about that. The amendment requires the Department of Education to certify to Congress 1 month in advance whether or not the FAFSA application will be ready by the October 1 deadline. If the department certifies in the negative or fails to certify at all, phase 2 of accountability would kick in. Within the month, the Secretary of Education would be required to testify before this committee about the failure to meet the deadline. In this testimony, he would be required to provide details regarding the financial impact of this delay and how that will impact students and families. Members on both sides of the aisle have admitted over and over, repeatedly, again, even this morning, that the Biden administration's rollout of the simplified or so-called simplified FAFSA form for the 2024-25 school year was an abysmal disaster. Instead of releasing the FAFSA last October, again when it's traditionally due, the department waited until the last possible second only to publish a faulty application on January 1. The next several months were spent fixing the numerous technical issues with the application, finally allowing students to access it, and then processing the applications. But it's my understanding that there are still components of the application that the department is troubleshooting. Only the federal government could take 3 years to simplify, so-called, something just to have it crash and burn. Something needs to change so this cycle of incompetence does not continue. While we don't have complete data on final enrollment for this fall and this school year, FAFSA completion rates are down by an estimated 12% this year compared to previous years, according to the National College Attainment Network. Some folks on the minority side were saying it was 11%, so 11%, 12%, whatever the actual number may be. How many students have given up on their dream to go to college because of the Department of Education's failures? Students and schools have a right to pursue judicial enforcement against unreasonable delays. My amendment ensures that Congress does its due diligence to provide students, families, and schools clarity about a decision that impacts so much of their future. If Congress sets a statutory deadline, that should be backed up with enforcement action. As a parent of 3 children in their 20s and 30s, one of my happiest days was when my youngest was a senior and I stopped having to do FAFSA. And that was before the disasters that these parents and students are suffering through today. I hope the members on both sides of the aisle who expressed dismay at this most recent FAFSA rollout can agree and will support my amendment. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And although I have serious concerns with mandating a hard deadline to launch this year's FAFSA, I do believe it's important to provide as much transparency as possible for students, families, and colleges about the FAFSA process. This amendment would require the Secretary to certify whether the department is on track for an October 1st launch by September 1st. And should the department not be on track for an on-time launch, the amendment requires the Secretary to come to us and testify in front of our committee to detail the reasons for the delay and the potential impact on students and families. This amendment can actually help because it gives the committee the opportunity to intervene and possibly provide some assistance before it's too late. So I would support the amendment offered by my distinguished colleague from Virginia and yield back the balance of my time.
Chairman yields back. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? If there's no further discussion on the amendment in the nature on the amendment from the gentleman from Virginia, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
we have a unanimous consent request.
yes, Mr. Scott.
Like a unanimous consent to enter into the record a communication from the National Association of Student Financial Aid Administrators, which says, in part, forcing an October deadline this year does not guarantee a fully functioning form and may, in fact, work against the efforts to release a product that has been tested and found to run smoothly. I'd ask this to be entered into the record.
Without objection. Are there further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? We will now move to consider the next bill. There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8932. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Do we going to have it? Nobody's asked for a roll call. Do you want a roll call? We'll now move to consider the next bill. Are there any pardon me. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 2574 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 2574, a bill to require the Secretary of Labor to revise the standard occupational classification system to accurately count the number of emergency medical services practitioners in the United States.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Mr. Thompson, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk titled H.R. 2574_ANS.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2574, offered by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania. Identifier H.R. 2574_ANS.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congressman Thompson for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2574, the EMS Counts Act, which I was proud to introduce alongside my fellow Pennsylvania Congresswoman Wild. Prior to serving in Congress, I spent many years as a firefighter and EMS volunteer, and I most certainly recognize the vital role that they play in our communities. As we encounter a nationwide shortage of emergency medical services and emergency medical technician personnel, and in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, it is perhaps more important than ever to have an accurate picture and count of these personnel so that we can focus on getting resources to the communities that need them most. This legislation addresses this issue in part by having the Bureau of Labor Statistics look into properly classifying firefighters who are cross-trained as EMTs, paramedics, or other emergency services personnel. Currently, BLS does not recognize these differences and lumps all firefighters into one category, not accounting for any other certifications that they may have. Official BLS data is used by many federal, state, and local programs to determine where and how critical resources are directed. Correcting this outdated labeling system will ensure emergency services providers can meet the health and safety needs of our communities. It's particularly important in our rural communities like those throughout my district, where we must ensure these providers have the means necessary to provide life-saving services. This amendment in the nature of substitute makes changes to the bill to streamline the language with other legislation being considered today and already cleared by the Senate. It will also ensure BLS receives a clear rationale as to why it can or cannot make this common sense change. We must continue to support our emergency services personnel nationwide, and I encourage all my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation that achieves that goal, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion? Congresswoman Wild, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Today, as a co-lead for the Emergency Medical Services EMS Counts Act, I rise in support of this bill, and I thank my Pennsylvania colleague, Representative Thompson, for co-leading this with me. EMS professionals are frontline responders who provide critical care in emergencies, often making the difference between life and death. They respond to more than 28.5 million 911 calls annually, including strokes, heart attacks, cardiac events, trauma. Recognizing their contributions reaffirms our commitment to supporting these heroes. Currently, however, we lack comprehensive data on the EMS workforce. This gap hinders our ability to address workforce needs, allocate resources effectively, and plan for the future. For instance, in 2016, the Bureau of Labor Statistics estimated there were 248,000 full-time EMTs and paramedics in the U.S. This is likely an undercount because cross-trained firefighter EMTs and firefighter paramedics were not included, despite 62% of fire departments providing EMS services, according to the U.S. Fire Administration. The EMS Counts Act aims to ensure accurate and detailed information on the EMS workforce, improving decision-making and policy development. The Secretary of Labor will consider revising the standard occupational classification system to more accurately account for EMTs and paramedics. This revision would divide the general firefighter category into 4 subcategories, allowing firefighters to identify themselves as cross-trained EMS providers, ensuring a more accurate count of EMS professionals in our communities. This bill addresses the critical challenges facing the EMS workforce. By collecting and analyzing data on the number and distribution of EMS professionals, we can identify areas with shortages and work toward targeted solutions. This will help ensure every community, regardless of size or location, has access to timely and effective emergency medical services. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in every community, firefighters play a vital role. In many cases, they not only control fires, but also provide emergency medical services. In fact, states from Alabama to California to Florida require some EMT training for all firefighters. While I applaud the bill's efforts to draw attention to this fact, we should be clear that nothing in the bill would guarantee wage increases for firefighters, improve their safety in the workplace, or improve their health or retirement benefits. This bill provides no additional dollars to invest in firefighting training or to improve emergency response infrastructure in our communities. The Standard Occupational Code System is a statistical classification system which is designed and maintained solely for statistical purposes, including the use by statisticians, economists, sociologists, and other researchers. At the same time, in the current appropriations process, Republicans are seeking to cut FEMA's preparedness grants next year. This cut would come after the Republicans pushed a 10% cut in the Assistance to Firefighters Grant Program, the Staffing for Adequate Fire Emergency Response, the State Homeland Security Grant Program, and the Urban Area Security Initiative in fiscal year 2024. If we're serious about standing up for firefighters, we should encourage investments in emergency services that all make us safer. But I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania and the gentlelady from Pennsylvania for their leadership in this bill, but I urge my colleagues to support the amendment in nature of a substitute and the bill, but then we need to do something to actually support our firefighters. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments.
Does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania have an amendment? Do you have an amendment?
I do.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Chairwoman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2574 offered by Ms. Wild of Pennsylvania. Identifier Wild PA_044.
Thank you. This amendment proposes...
The gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment proposes a modification to the timeline in the bill for submitting a report to Congress. As the bill currently stands, it requires the Director of the Office of Management and Budget to submit a report within 30 days if the separate codes were not adopted. That report should include information on why the Director made that choice. My amendment seeks to extend this timeline from 30 days to 60 days. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and yield the balance of my time. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does any member wish to speak on the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. Emergency medical services, EMS, are an integral component of responding to emergencies and disasters. These professionals respond to millions of 911 calls each year. Failing to recognize their cross-education leads to significant and chronic undercount of EMS personnel, leaving potential vulnerabilities in emergency response. That's why it's critical that Congress call on BLS to examine this possible inaccuracy in the standard occupational classification system. If BLS does not change the classification system an issue in this bill, then it must report back to the committee on why it's not made that change. This amendment would change the deadline to report back to the committee from 30 days to 60 days. BLS should respond thoroughly so the committee can decide whether legislation is needed to direct BLS to change the classification. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the amendment. Are there any other members who seek recognition on the amendment from the gentlelady from Pennsylvania? If not, the question is on the amendment by the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. All in favor say aye. Aye. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2574? If not, we will now move to consider. There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2574. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. We'll now move to consider the next bill. The committee will... The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 6319 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk will designate the bill.
H.R. 6319, a bill to require the Director of the Office of Management and Budget to review and make certain revisions to the standard occupational classification system and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Ms. Chavez DeReamer, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk titled H.R. 6319_ANS.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6319 offered by Mrs. Chavez DeReamer of Oregon. Identifier H.R. 6319_ANS.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congresswoman Chavez DeReamer for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The 901 Saves Act, introduced by Congresswoman Torres and Congressman Fitzpatrick, would fix the longstanding issue of dispatchers not being classified as first responders. The entire country's ability to respond to emergencies would come to a grinding halt if it weren't for dispatchers. They are the first to respond to a crisis, making sure that the necessary help is on its way. Every day, dispatchers are on the line with people actively experiencing the worst moment of their life. Taking in those stories, those sounds in the background is emotionally backbreaking work on its own. Yet dispatchers handle these floods of calls with calm and focused energy. It's past time we give dispatchers their due, and I'm incredibly grateful that we are. Thank you to the Congressman Torres, Congressman Fitzpatrick, and you, Madam Chair, for including this much-needed legislation in today's markup. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, close to 100,000 public safety telecommunicators, often called 911 operators, working across this country, pick up the phone every day to horrific and traumatizing scenes. Often their duties require them to provide instructions to callers based on knowledge of and certification in law enforcement, fire, or emergency medical procedures. These workers are an essential thread in the fabric of our nation's emergency response infrastructure. Today, it is given that when you call 911, your call is connected with a dispatcher, a luxury that should not be taken for granted. However, we should be clear that nothing in this bill will guarantee wage increases for 911 operators, improve their safety in the workplace, or improve their health or retirement benefits. The bill provides no additional dollars to invest in 911 operator training or to invest in our country's emergency response infrastructure. The Standard Occupational Code System is a statistical classification system which is designed and maintained solely for statistical purposes, including use by statisticians, economists, sociologists, and other researchers. The Policy Committee has signaled that it will consider moving this occupation to protective services in the upcoming revision, which occurs once every 10 years. This is also currently an opportunity for providing input suggestions through an open Federal Register notice process. We must go beyond this bill and give 911 operators the recognition on the jobs that they deserve, including ensuring that these telecommunications professionals have the access to affordable mental health services and scheduling that acknowledges the strain of their duties. So I urge my colleagues to support the bill, but then enact support for 911 operators. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Ms. McBath, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to say that I'd like to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I'm grateful for this opportunity today to honor the life-saving work of 911 dispatchers in my home state of Georgia and all over the country by supporting this bipartisan bill. It is no question that public safety communicators keep our friends and our neighbors safe, but there's hidden toll on their emotional and their physical well-being that's not discussed nearly as often as it should be. They work tirelessly around the clock, talking with people in distress, people that are in fear or actively in harm's way, all the while relaying critical information with as much detail as they possibly can. To serve our communities in this way takes empathy, it takes courage, and it takes lots of skill. And I truly admire them for the work that they do each and every single day on our behalves. The last thing they should be worrying about is being able to access the care or resources that they need to do their job successfully. It is our responsibility here in Congress to respect their dedication by ensuring access to mental health resources, proven training, and the support that dispatchers deserve. The 911 Saves Act does just that very thing. It reclassifies public policy and safety telecommunicators as emergency personnel and first responders as they work tirelessly to keep us safe. I know that being a 911 dispatcher is absolutely a thankless job. Actually, we have a member of Congress that actively worked as one before she became a member. But I hope that with today's markup, we can send a clear message that they are deeply valued members of our communities, and that we appreciate them for everything that they do for us. I applaud Representatives Torres and Fitzpatrick for this bipartisan coming together on this very important effort. And I thank the chairwoman for marking this bill up today, and I look forward to supporting it in committee and eventually on the floor, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. McBath. Are there other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendments in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments.
Have an amendment.
Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6319 offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia. Identifier SCOTVA_02.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Standard Occupational Code Systems review process is incredibly labor-intensive. The 10-year cycle includes extensive time for work groups to conduct background research, including conducting interviews with workers, reviewing occupational safety information by occupation, and consulting with professional associations on the nature of work performed by their members. To avoid any unintended additional burdens on the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which is already underfunded for important work it does to provide information on the strength of our economy, it is reasonable to extend the reporting time to 60 days instead of the 30 days specified in the ANS. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Is there any other member who wishes to speak on the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. It's the committee's duty to ensure the occupational classification system accurately reflects today's workforce. Currently, 911 professionals are classified as office and administrative support occupations, which fails to recognize the life-saving nature of their work. That's why it's critical that BLS examine reclassifying 911 professionals as first responders. If BLS does not change the classification, then it must report back to the committee on why it has not made the change. This amendment would change the deadline to report back to the committee from 30 days to 60 days. BLS should respond thoroughly so the committee can decide whether legislation is needed to direct BLS to change the classification. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the amendment from Mr. Scott. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? If not, the question is on the amendment by Mr. Scott. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Oh, are there any noes? Sorry. Thank you. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. We're rolling right along here. Okay. We will now move to consider. Oh. There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, H.R. 6319, as amended. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. In the opinion, the ayes have it. And the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill, H.R. 2941, for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 2941, a bill to require the Office of Management and Budget to revise the standard occupational classification system to establish a separate code for direct support professionals and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Mr. Smucker, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
desk.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2941 offered by Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania. Identifier H.R. 2941_ANS.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congressman Smucker for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Like the last bill that we considered, this bill will require the U.S. Department of Labor's BLS, Bureau of Labor Statistics, to change the way it characterizes the role of direct support professionals so that we can better understand and more effectively respond to the shortage and the challenges that we're experiencing in this area. So again, the U.S. Department of Labor's Bureau of Labor Statistics collects data, releases a monthly jobs report, which includes job creation, job loss information, and it doesn't always accurately list workers in the correct category, leaving some industries with incorrect or incomplete data about their workforce. Today, the committee is acting to better track the gaps within the direct force professional workforce so the needs of the communities are better met. Direct support professionals, or DSPs, provide critical support to individuals living with disabilities. They assist with communication, providing on-the-job coaching, and helping with daily living needs. These workers play a key role in helping ensure that adults with disabilities can live independently and fully participate in their communities. Right now, however, there aren't enough workers to meet demand, and home and community-based service providers struggle to recruit and retain DSPs. A lack of sound data compounds the problem. DSPs are currently classified under the broader category of home health care aid, which includes all home health care occupations. As a result, it's difficult, impossible to track and report workforce trends accurately for DSPs, often resulting in the underreporting of workforce needs and regional workforce shortages. H.R. 2941, the Recognizing the Role of Direct Support Professionals Act, would address this shortage by providing federal agencies, states, and the private sector with the data they need to better understand and more effectively respond to this workforce challenge with no additional cost to taxpayers. This amendment makes technical changes to correspond with the Senate-based version of the bill. Specifically, it strikes the provision requiring the Office of Management Budget to establish a separate code for DSPs and instead directs OMB to consider establishing such a code. In the event OMB does not establish a separate code for DSPs, it will be required to submit an explanation to Congress. I've heard from organizations in my district that are dedicated to serving individuals living with disabilities that the legislation we're considering today will provide much-needed data on the DSP workforce in order to identify where to implement targeted workforce education programs so that they can work towards meeting local needs in our communities. So I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment and the underlying bill, which will result in more informed policy decisions within the Medicaid Home and Community-Based Services Program and hopefully provide much-needed support for the direct support professional workforce. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Congresswoman Bonamici seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word and speak in favor of H.R. 2941.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to speak on the underlying bill. I don't see a significant difference with the amendment in the nature of the substitute, so I'm going to support that as well. This bill it recognizes that direct support professionals provide critical home and community-based services for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Without these professionals, fewer individuals would be able to live independently and fully integrated in their communities. This creates unnecessary physical, emotional, and financial burdens on families across the country. Despite the importance of these services, there's been a worker shortage in the field for decades, and individuals with disabilities and their families are struggling to access the services they need and are entitled to receive. The Medicaid Home and Community-Based Services Program has wait lists in nearly every state, and those who aren't able to access services are at higher risk for hospitalization and institutionalization. Establishing a specific occupational code for direct support professionals is the first step in addressing the worker shortage. Through comprehensive employment data collection, the federal government can better understand the extent of this crisis and begin to formulate informed solutions to resolve it. Additionally, these professionals deserve the validation of having their occupation recognized and uplifted in federal law. That's why I've co-sponsored this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it today. So thank you, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member Scott, for moving this bill forward, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. Are there other members who wish to be recognized? Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I've indicated in other bills, the bill does nothing to guarantee wage increases for direct support professionals, nor improve their safety in the workplace, or improve their health retirement benefits, and no additional dollars in training. But I think it does recognize an important group of workers. 4.5 million in the U.S. serve as direct care workers. And so this is an appropriate bill, but needs to go further. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Scott, are there any other members who wish to be recognized or further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia wish to be recognized?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2941 offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia. Identifier Scott, SCOTVA_01.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Standard Occupational Code System is a statistical classification system which is designed and maintained solely for statistical purposes, including use by statisticians, economists, sociologists, and other researchers. This review is incredibly labor-intensive. To ensure independence and objectivity of statistical standards, only statistical purposes are considered when making changes to the system, and all changes made are through a review process roughly once every 10 years. 10-year cycle includes extensive time for work groups to conduct background research, including conducting interviews with workers, interviewing occupational safety information by occupation, and consulting with professional associations on the nature of the work performed by their members. The last cycle concluded in 2018 following a notice and comment period. Following each cycle, the BLS publishes rationales for revisions for occupational classifications that it did not previously accept. As I mentioned earlier, the Federal Register notice for the next cycle for review has been released, with revisions expected to be finalized by 2028. To avoid any unintended additional burdens on the Bureau of Labor Statistics, it is reasonable to extend the reporting time to 60 days instead of the 30 days specified in the ANS. I hope we can adopt the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Direct support professionals provide integral support to individuals with disabilities so that they can live independently and fully participate in their communities. It's important that the standard occupational classification system accurately capture this important work. That's why it is critical Congress call on BLS to examine establishing a separate code for direct support professionals. If BLS does not change the classification at issue in this bill, then it must report back to this committee on why it has not made the change. This amendment would change the deadline to report back to the committee from 30 days to 60 days. BLS should respond thoroughly so the committee can decide whether the legislation is needed to direct BLS to change the classification. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the amendment, and I yield back. Does any other member seek recognition? If there's no further debate on the amendment, then the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Virginia. All in favor say aye. Aye. In the opinion of the chair, all opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment, the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2941 as amended. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment, the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The committee will now proceed to the consideration of the resolution H.J. Res. 142 for amendment. The resolution was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the resolution.
H.J. Res. 142, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rule submitted by the Department of Labor relating to Retirement Security Rule, definition of an investment advice fiduciary.
Without objection, the first reading of the resolution is dispensed with. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the resolution? Mr. Allen, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for including H.J. Res. 142 in today's markup. This bipartisan and bicameral Congressional Review Act joint resolution of disapproval is intended to stop the Biden Department of Labor's DOL finalized retirement security rule, also known as the fiduciary rule. In today's economic environment, saving for retirement has become an increasingly daunting challenge for many Americans. Under the Biden administration, we have witnessed a sharp rise in the cost of basic necessities, putting a significant strain on household budgets. On average, Americans are spending over $1,000 more per month than they were just 3 years ago, and real average weekly wages have declined by 4.4% since President Biden took office. As Joe Biden continues to jeopardize the financial health of our citizens, safeguarding retirement savings has become an urgent priority for working families. The Biden administration has shown that it is out of touch with reality by finalizing such an overly restrictive fiduciary rule that complicates financial planning through excessive regulation. This is why I am proud to lead the charge in the House to safeguard Americans' access to prudent financial advice and protect retirees and savers. This rule is nothing more than a revival of an Obama-era regulation that resulted in the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals overturning the nearly identical rule in 2018. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals recognized that this type of regulation would undermine access to retirement products which are currently available. According to a Deloitte study, the similar 2006 Obama DOL fiduciary rule limited or eliminated financial advice to 10.2 million accounts. Furthermore, a Hispanic Leadership Fund study found that reinstating the 2016 rule would reduce retirement savings for 2.7 million individuals with incomes below $100,000 by an estimated $140 billion over 10 years. The DOL's comment process evidenced virtually no interest in public comments, a clear violation of the Administration Procedure Act. The Biden administration is telling us loud and clear that it does not care about American retirees and savers who have worked their entire lives in the hopes of enjoying the fruits of their labor. Madam Chair, the Biden administration has shown that it is okay with the harm this rule would cause to consumers. We must not stand by as the DOL imposes burdensome regulations at the expense of hardworking families trying to secure their financial futures. I urge the adoption of this resolution, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I urge opposition to H.J. Res. 142, which nullifies the Biden-Harris administration's retirement security rule. The rule does something quite simple. It ensures that unscrupulous financial advisors can no longer rip off their retirement clients. Such advisors have been able to get away with doing so because the regulatory loopholes that date back nearly 50 years, when most retirement assets were held in defined benefit plans managed by professionals. Employer-based 401k plans did not exist 50 years ago, and IRAs had just been established. Retirement savings landscape has changed significantly since then. Nowadays, those workers who participate in a retirement savings plan are more likely to contribute to a 401k. These workers are responsible for selecting and managing their investments as well as being attentive to fees and the ups and downs of the stock market. It falls on workers to ensure that they don't outlive what they've saved. Now, we're clearly living in a do-it-yourself retirement savings world, so it's no surprise that workers seek professional advice when it comes to making retirement investments decisions, particularly when it comes to rolling over their assets. Rollovers are often the biggest one-time financial decisions that workers and their families will ever make. When seeking out retirement investment advice, workers fully expect that they will receive information that is in their best interest. Yet that's not always the case. Unscrupulous advisors can steer their retirement clients to particular financial products with high fees that is profitable for the advisors, even though it may not be in the best interest of the client. This is called conflicted advice, and it has a huge cost and huge consequences for retirement savers and their families. According to the Obama administration, conflicted advice costs retirement savers up to $17 billion in losses every year. President Biden's Council on Economic Advisors estimated that conflicted advice on the sale of one product, the fixed indexed annuity, may cost workers as much as $5 billion in retirement savings every year. In January, the Health Subcommittee held a hearing on the retirement security rule. The Democratic witness shared stories about proud workers who had played by the rules and sacrificed to build their retirement nest eggs, only to lose substantial portions of it because of conflicted advice. Our witness said, and I quote, "The difference between getting conflicted retirement advice and receiving advice that's in the investor's best interest is sometimes the difference between the retiree being able to visit their grandkids or not. The difference between being able to afford a retirement home close to their children or living with them," close quote. Fortunately, the Biden-Harris administration recently finalized a sensible, narrowly tailored retirement security rule that ensures that workers are actually receiving what they believe they're already getting, retirement advice that's in their best interest. Retirement security rule fixes a broken status quo that has been harming workers and their families and will result in significant benefits for retirement savers. According to the Morningstar, retirement plan participants would save over $55 billion in the first 10 years thanks to this rule, and over $130 billion in the subsequent 10 years. We should be celebrating the retirement security rule, not nullifying it. So I ask unanimous consent, Madam Chair, to enter into the record a letter signed by scores of organizations opposed to this resolution, including the AARP, the AFL-CIO, AFSCME, the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, the NAACP, the Public Investors Advocate Bar Association, and the Life Insurance Consumer Advocacy Center, and scores of others.
Without objection.
Madam Chair, thank you, Madam Chair, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.J. Res. 142, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the Congresswoman, I'm sorry.
I move to strike the last word.
Wahlberg, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word, Madam Chair.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to voice my support for H.J. Res. 142 and thank my colleague, Representative Allen, for his leadership on this important issue. Improving retirement security is a leading priority for this committee, which is why the committee has conducted extensive oversight over the Department of Labor's fiduciary rule, first under Obama and now under President Biden. The DOL's fiduciary rule will have a detrimental impact on retirement savers. Another attack on democracy that this administration says they want to save, and yet this goes the opposite direction, especially for middle to low income savers. We know this because the 2024 fiduciary rule is substantially similar to the 2016 rule that was vacated by the Fifth Circuit. A Hispanic Leadership Fund study found that reinstating the 2016 rule would reduce retirement savings by 2.7 million individuals with incomes below $100,000 by an estimated $140 billion over 10 years. Additionally, over the past several years, federal and state regulators have strengthened retirement investment sales protections. The Security and Exchange Commission's regulation Best Interest and the National Association of Insurance Commissioners' Best Interest Model regulation require covered sales recommendations to be in the consumer's best interest. The NAIC's rule has been adopted in 45 states, with the remaining states expected to adopt it by the end of this year. Furthermore, DOL's fiduciary rule is the product of a flawed agency process. Earlier this year, the Help Subcommittees held a hearing with industry stakeholders examining the impact the rule would have on everyday Americans. In response to one of my questions, the witness representing state insurance commissioners stated that DOL had no substantive contact and no coordination with their industry in the development of the new rule. Additionally, the National Association of Insurance Commissioners has stated that DOL discounted the work of the states to enhance consumer protections. We all support consumer protections and agree that investment professionals should act in the best interest of their clients. However, the DOL fiduciary rule will do more harm than good. Right now, too many Americans are struggling to save for their retirement. The last thing the federal government should do is create additional barriers to retirement security. Previous efforts by the Obama administration to adopt substantially similar rule changes caused millions of Americans to lose access to professional guidance. The Biden administration should not be revisiting the same flawed policy. Instead, we should advance policies that empower workers to put money aside for their retirement and make it easier for small businesses to set up plans for their employees. I stand ready and willing to work with my colleagues on bipartisan policies to address the retirement savings gap in America. However, imposing an unworkable rule that makes retirement advice unaffordable to low, middle-income Americans is not the direction we should be going in. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, to vote yes on H.J. Res. 142, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to this joint resolution.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our constituents deserve to receive financial advice that's in their best interest, not in the interest of profits for their retirement advisor. Most advisors care deeply about their clients and want to do right by them, but unfortunately, this is not the case for everyone. Billions of dollars in life savings are lost every year when unscrupulous investment advisors give conflicted advice, and it baffles me that anyone would think that that's acceptable. The Biden administration's retirement security rule addresses this pervasive problem by closing decades-old loopholes that allowed these profit-driven practices. This resolution, however, would bring back ERISA's original 5-part test to define investment advice fiduciaries, which was developed before 401k plans even existed, when defined benefit pension plans were still the predominant model used by employers. The test has not worked in the best interests of workers, and it's no longer tenable. As Ranking Member Scott explained, Morningstar has found that the retirement security rule will save workers more than $55 billion over the first 10 years. We know that small savers might not have the most money, but they have the most to lose. And contrary to my Republican colleagues' claims, this rule will effectively safeguard individuals and their hard-earned savings. Reinstating ERISA's 5-part test is directly in opposition to those goals. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to stand with working families and oppose this joint resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Mr. Kiley, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
I wish to speak on this legislation related to the fiduciary
recognized
rule.
for 5 minutes.
This is, I am going to be voting today in favor of this resolution disapproving the Department of Labor's fiduciary rule, but not because I am unsympathetic to what is motivating the rule. It is vitally important that our retirees are protected when it comes to their investment decisions. I mean, your retirement savings are everything. But it's also very important that folks have a range of high-quality retirement options to choose from. And my concern with this Department of Labor rule is that it does not strike the right balance, that it is far too broad, far too wide-reaching, and I think that the likely consequence would be confusion, chaos, and indeed driving out large parts of the retirement industry. And, you know, this isn't even just speculation. Of course, we've seen it before. In 2016, the Department of Labor put forward a similar rule to expand regulations on investment advice under ERISA. The rule was brought to court, and the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit did vacate it. So retirees need to be protected, but also need to have access to appropriate savings vehicles. And so a well-crafted regulation, a well-considered regulation needs to advance and balance both of those goals, and that's not what this regulation does. Indeed, there are estimates, for example, from the Hispanic Leadership Fund that if the 2016 rule were reinstated, then retirement savings of 2.7 million individuals below $100,000 could be lost, and so, or could be reduced. And so this is a rule that is probably going to have a disproportionately adverse impact on middle class and low income investors. And so that's the reason that I cannot support the rule, and why I think this resolution disapproving it is well advised and is in the interest of retirees. But I look forward to working with all stakeholders on conversations going forward as to how we can better strike this balance to protect our retirees and give them the best opportunity for a secure and prosperous retirement. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Kiley. Ms. Hayes, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
As an American, if you work hard and save responsibly, you should be able to retire with dignity. Unfortunately, not everyone has the best information to save and invest appropriately for retirement. In February, the Subcommittee on Health, Employment, Labor, and Pensions held a hearing on the retirement security rule proposed by the Department of Labor. Through this rule, the department seeks to protect Americans from being misled about their investment opportunities. One of the witnesses in that hearing testified that as many as 97% of those saving for retirement believed their financial professionals were also their fiduciaries, meaning every decision they made was in the best interest of their clients. Sadly, we know that is not the case. Many who are working hard to save for their retirement are receiving conflicting advice that is not in their best interests, which can be the difference between struggling to pay bills and a worry-free retirement. It is important to note, however, that many financial advisors are working in the best interest of their clients. We just want to make sure that all seniors are protected. 1/3 of advisors, including more than 1,500 in Connecticut, voluntarily certify as a fiduciary through the Certified Financial Planners Board. Saving for retirement can be challenging regardless of your income or level of knowledge. It takes tremendous trust to provide your personal financial information to someone and give them control over your future by making investments on your behalf. The 5-part test used to determine whether someone is an investment advice fiduciary under the Employment Retirement Security Act is outdated. It predates the 401k by 3 years and widespread investments in IRAs by over 2 decades. This is why the rule is long overdue. It is a good practice to update laws and regulations to better reflect the times that we are living in. I'm disappointed that the majority would not do more to ensure that hardworking Americans are not taken advantage of. I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Are there any other members who wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further, on the resolution, there being no further discussion on the resolution, the committee will now move to amendments. There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the resolution of H.J. Res. 142. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the resolution is agreed to. The gentleman from Virginia requests a recorded vote. A roll call vote is ordered pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess, subject to the call of the chair. We will reconvene promptly at 3:45. Thank you. The committee stands in recess. And I think we got a critical mass.
Okay, let's go.
The committee will reconvene and come to order following our recess. I want to proceed to postpone requests for recorded votes, but I want to welcome Mike Ruley, who's our next to newest member. He represents the 6th District from Ohio, and we're very happy to have you. Thank you so much. I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 8932 and recognize, well, Ms. Houchin, except I don't see her. I recognize our newest member, Mr. Ruley.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I move the Committee of Education and Workforce report the bill H.R. 8932 to the House of Representatives as amended with the recommendations that the bill will be agreed to and the bill will be passed.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 8932 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Well, I'm waiting for him. He's not saying. We have to do one. We have to do one. Okay. All right. Mr. Scott requests a recorded vote. Okay.
I request a recorded vote, Madam Chair.
A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Thompson.
Aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Owens. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes aye. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes yes. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes aye. Ms. Slatlow. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean. Yes. Mr. Bean votes yes. Mr. Burleson. Yes. Mr. Burleson votes yes. Mr. Moran. Aye. Mr. Moran votes aye. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes yes. Mr. Scott.
No.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Calva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon. Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes yes. Mr. Takano. Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Saunier. Mr. Saunier votes no. Mr. Norcross.
What?
Mr. Norcross votes yes. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes yes. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes yes. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes yes. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. Ms. Manning. Yes. Ms. Manning votes yes. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes yes. Mr. Bowman.
Madam Chair, how is Ms. Adams recorded?
Ms. Adams is recorded as a no.
And I think she voted yes.
Ms. Adams votes yes.
The clerk call the roll of those who were not present in the initial roll call.
Mr. Wilson? Yes. Mr. Wilson votes yes. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Owens? Ms. Slatlow? Ms. Slatlow votes yes. Mr. Grijalva? Ms. Wilson? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes yes. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Mr. Bowman?
Madam Chair, how is Mr. Norcross recorded?
Mr. Norcross is recorded as a yay.
And Mr. DeSaulnier?
Mr. DeSaulnier is recorded as a no.
Who? And now is Ms. Wild recorded?
So how is Mr. Sablon recorded?
Mr. Sablon is recorded as a no.
And Ms. Wild?
Yeah, we got Ms. Wild.
Can we hear it?
Can we?
But how is Ms. Wild recorded?
Ms. Wild is recorded as a yes.
How is Mr. Burgess recorded? Sorry, Mr. Owens recorded.
Mr. Owens is not recorded. Mr. Owens votes yes.
How is Mr. Grothman recorded?
Mr. Grothman is not recorded. Mr. Grothman votes yes.
The clerk will report the total.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 34 ayes and 6 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion's agreed to. H.R. 8932 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution without objection. So ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 2474 and recognize Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Committee on Education and Workforce report the bill H.R. 2574 to the House of Representatives as amended and with the recommendation that the bill be agreed to and the bill do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 2574 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to. Mr. Thompson, do you request a recorded vote?
No, I don't.
Oh.
I will, Madam Chair.
You take a
Mr.
win
Scott
as a win.
requests a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Scott. A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Ms. Fox votes yes, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes yes, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes yes, Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes yes, Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes yes, Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes yes, Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes yes, Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes aye, Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes yes, Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye, Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes yes, Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes yes, Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes yes, Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes yes, Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes yes, Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes yes, Ms. Slatlow. Ms. Slatlow votes yes, Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye, Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes yes, Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes yes, Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes yes, Ms. Chavez-Dreamer. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes aye, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye, Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye, Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes yes, Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes yes, Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes yes, Mr. Sablon. Mr. Sablon votes yes, Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson votes yes, Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes yes, Mr. Decano. Mr. Takano votes yes. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes yes. Mr. Saulnier. Mr. Saulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes yes. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes yes. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes yes. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes yes. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar votes yes. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes yes. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes yes. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes yes. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes yes. Mr. Bowman.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 42 yeas and 0 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 2574 is ordered reported in the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 6319 and recognize Ms. Chavez DeReamer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Committee on Education and Workforce report the bill H.R. 6319 to the House of Representatives as amended and with the recommendation that the bill be agreed to and the bill do pass.
The question now occurs on the reporting H.R. 6319 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye.
Parliamentary inquiry. Did you say as amended?
I did not. Yes, as amended. Question now occurs on reporting H.R. 6319 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. Let me say to the committee that we have to have a recorded vote in order to report the bill to the House. So first we'll have a verbal vote. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Mr. Scott requests a recorded vote. A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Mr. Fonick. Mr. Fonick votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes yes. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes yes. Ms. McLean. Mr. McLean votes aye. Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes yes. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes aye. Ms. Chavez-Reamer. Ms. Chavez-Reamer votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Worley. Mr. Worley votes yes. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes yes. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Saban. Mr. Saban votes aye. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Takano. Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. Saulnier. Mr. Saulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar votes aye. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes aye. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 42 yeas and 0 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. H.R. 6319 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 2941 and recognize Mr. Schmucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Committee on Education and Workforce Report Bill H.R. 2941 to the House of Representatives as amended, and with the recommendation that the bill be agreed to and the bill do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 2941 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Does anyone request a recorded vote? Mr. Scott has requested a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes aye, Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye, Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye, Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes aye, Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye, Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes yes, Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes yes, Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye, Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye, Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes yes, Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes aye, Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes yes, Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes aye, Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes aye, Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye, Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye, Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes aye, Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye, Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes aye, Ms. Chavez-Reamer. Ms. Chavez-Reamer votes aye, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye, Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye, Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes yes, Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye, Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye, Mr. Sablon. Mr. Sablon votes aye, Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson votes aye, Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes aye, Mr. Decano. Mr. Decano votes aye, Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes aye, Mr. Saulnier. Mr. Saulnier votes aye, Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes aye, Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes aye, Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes aye, Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes aye, Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar votes aye, Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes aye, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes aye, Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes aye, Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes aye, Mr. Bowman.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 42 yeas and 0 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion's agreed to. H.R. 2941 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, I think I asked for a recorded vote on the motion on the resolution. I want to withdraw that request, although I'll be making a request for a recorded vote on the motion to report.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. I now entertain a motion to report the resolution H.J. Res. 142 and recognize Mr. Allen.
Madam Chairwoman, I move that the Committee on Education and the Workforce report the resolution H.J. Res. 142 to the House of Representatives, and with the recommendation that the resolution be agreed to and the resolution do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.J. Res. 142 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Mr. Scott is recognized to request a recorded vote. A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes aye, Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye, Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye, Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes aye, Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye, Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes yes, Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes yes. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes yes. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes aye. Ms. Chavez-DeRemer. Ms. Chavez-DeRemer votes no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon. Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Decano. Mr. Decano votes no. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Saulnier. Mr. Saulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes no. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes no. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes no. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 23 yeas and 18 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion's agreed to. H.J. Res. 142 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. Chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, any members who wish to insert materials into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day today. If there is no further business before the committee, without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
I think they're saying